Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Running a bit behind today. Sorry about that, guys. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Now, does it? I mean, I think it matters to me. Unlike my own performance metrics. But I don't have performance issues. Leave me alone. Okay, I've got the I've got everything set up. I've got it rewound back to the moment that the judge enters the courtroom and things get started. And I just got to fix one window here. Get locals. Oh my God. I just overslept a little bit today. No big deal. I've been waking up without an alarm at like 5:30 every morning until today. Until today when it's like, no, actually, you don't want to do that. Let's see. Okay, I need to check one more thing. There's something with this dual streaming bullshit. And where... There's something with this dual streaming on YouTube that I'm not doing right. I think. I don't know. I gotta watch like a video on it or something. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I mean, I know it's broadcasting, but I don't think that anybody's actually... I don't think it's actually going out to a stream. I think I have to make one or something. Am I going to stream the chicken nugget murderer? Yes. Man, if that thing goes to trial, do you know how banned we're going to get watching that show? Little Nuglet pulling out a gun, firing it with his tongue or whatever. Oh my God. We'll be going straight to hell. Straight to hell. Oh, Alan Sparks is working just fine. Wait, are you talking about vertical streaming is working just fine? Because that's what I'm trying to have set up. So, yeah, if you're on vertical, like if you're on the vert ramp or whatever, big shout out to you. Big ups. Very brave. But also let me know. Drop it in chat so I know that that's working. Because I don't know if it ever has. I think I'm supposed to actually set up a second thing to get it done. All right, guys. Let's get started. On the Ballad of the Betrayed Baddie. This is like... she's like... After all this is done, she's like, I am so going fucking Beatrix on these people. Kill Bill Volume Massachusetts. Okay. All right, let's do it. I think we're ready. I think I'm ready. By we, I mean me. By we, I mean me. You look like my dad in the 80s. It's so great. I know. I love these ties. I have so many of the, like the down left slope tie. I mean, a geometric slope, not an Asian derogatory slope. So the down left slope tie, I don't know what it was about like the 80s and 90s. Those were a thing. I mean, I got one right here. I got one right here. It's like they all do this. It's always the same direction. It's all down left. I don't get it. Here we go. I hope you guys are ready for some live streaming.
Anything to do before the Honorable Jeff Carter, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence within the County of Essex. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What up, Boosh? How we doing?
25th, 2026, Courtroom 2.
What did this
Lawrence
Fitzsimmons did?
Superior Court.
You know what? I'm going to do a quick recap, and it doesn't make any sense because when someone comes into the stream, they're not going to be back here. Fitzsimmons is accused of assault with a deadly weapon. It seems like a straightforward story. Cops came to serve a restraining order upon her. One of the cops, she took the cops around, surrendered all of her firearms except for one. Cop goes into, or follows her upstairs to the bedroom, giggity. And right when things are about to be finished up, they've taken her baby away. They've taken her guns. She allegedly points a gun at the cop's face to pull the trigger. Pulls the trigger twice. It goes click and click. Somehow there's a second click. No one, not really sure on that one. Although no round is in the chamber. And the officer at that point fires one round at her. And while she is bleeding and with a bullet in her chest, he looks her dead in the eyes lovingly and says, "Say goodbye to any comfort in this world." And he points his gun, not even looking at her air conditioner, and pulls the trigger and puts that thing out of its misery. It was a window unit. It's replaceable, just like her boyfriend. So that's kind of where we are. It's actually much more dramatic and complicated because it seems like that's a bullshit story. It seems like the cops kind of got together to maybe lie about it to cover up for their superior officer, who is Officer Noonan, who's a SWAT officer who couldn't shoot a woman within like 5 feet of her. And he missed one of the shots. And then he seemed to come up with a story that she tried to shoot him. Doesn't seem to add up. But hey, Toby says, after yesterday, didn't Kelsey's chance of winning go up a lot? I mean, we don't know what's in the mind of the judge, but it seems like it did to me. Let's watch
In
it.
the criminal matter of Tummel versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311.
Yeah.
Scheduled today for continued jury waive trial.
Very
Would
Bostonian.
counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Kate.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coatley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Timothy Brayley, Mark for Ms. Fitzsimmons, Ms. Healy, Ms. Leonard, and Ms. Hesser with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the...
Wait a minute, he's got another pretty lady on
So I
squad.
wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One,
Okay, they've no, Kelsey, no. Bat, someone roll up a newspaper and swat her. She got swatted before, but like differently. Hit her. Why? No. She pulled her hair up. She has glasses on. Now she's a fucking librarian. Stop doing this. Ugh, I hate this. She's looked pretty and presentable every day.
one is
Now she looks like she was too busy to shower for court. Unacceptable.
on the view. I've decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury
Oh, yeah.
trial, and that is,
They're going to go to the house.
I intend to order a bus.
They're going to go
and,
to the house to see the
encourage
location.
The court staff, the defendant will all travel to...
Normally, it's a huge ordeal to order a bus or to go to a location because you got to bring fucking 12 jurors. If any of them are like me, they have to stop to go to the bathroom, even though the drive's only 4 minutes or whatever. So they're going to go to the house, though, which is not owned by anybody in this case anymore, which makes it more fun. So the court had to call up, or the lawyers or whatever had to call up the new owners of the house. And they're like, hey, we want to bring the court into this house to see where someone shot someone else. Yeah. Yeah, and that was in your house, in your bedroom, actually. Can we come look at that? Don't worry, it's just a bunch of strangers. Normally, it's a real fiasco with all of the jurors involved, but there's not, jurors. There's just the attorney teams. The attorney teams, the woman, maybe, I don't know if any of the expert witnesses will come, but feasibly it could. Look at that tie. The judge has a cute tie on. I like it. The knot on his tie looks lazier than mine. Lazier than Karen Reed's knot. Very leaky. So anyway, they're going to go and check this thing out. What it does, the reason they do this is it gives the fact finder a sense of perspective, especially if they do it before closing arguments and stuff, so that when I thought you guys had a picture of PPP up there. They do it, before closing arguments. It gives the jury the ability to, the fact finder, the ability to kind of understand the verbal descriptions and put into perspective the pictures that they're seeing. They're like, okay, I know what angle this is now. I can see. So. It was an S-tier balloon knot joke. My repertoire of balloon knot jokes is deep, but the the opportunities to use them are minimal. That's right. Well, KLB, once we get started, I'm going to stop pausing as much. So, here we go.
Together on that bus, like we do during a jury trial, along with our court officers.
Turn on the mics!
I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that
the judge is growing on me a little bit. I was worried because of North Andover has corruption issues. But he's been ruling pretty fairly.
So let's do it that way.
Excuse me. He's been ruling pretty fairly. Critical rulings for the defense have gone the defense's way, which is wild to see.
Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus.
I mean, yesterday we saw one of the most important decisions. I got to do a summary
for tomorrow
video on
morning.
that.
I would suggest that
I got kind of bogged down yesterday. I went to go.
like in a jury
I went to go get
trial,
my
we
car.
gather in the courtroom.
My car's been in storage since
Ruane,
since it was winter. Now it's like 60 degrees out.
For the viewing and
So I got kind of
return to the
distracted,
courtroom,
sorry.
et cetera. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on
The woman's alive.
media
She's the
and
one who's
public,
charged with the crime. She's on trial
access
for
or
pointing the
whatever,
gun
not
at the
access,
other
but,
cop.
The public attending, the crowd control, basically. For
Rumor
lack of a
has it
better
Kelsey
word.
will
I
take
think
the
that,
stand.
After thinking about,
I don't know if that
but
rumor's
it's
true.
not my
That is a
place.
rumor.
I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. It occurred to me that when
Hell yeah.
when I mentioned
Springtime
yesterday about
for
having
Hitler
some,
and Germany.
Space, order requiring some space between folks. I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way, but do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. No, okay.
Hey, what's up, Nicola
all right,
Maxwell?
so- and then the last
D,
thing is,
what? Peachy's Paradise, guys. The mods are here.
I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at.
We have the best mod team. Really terrific. Wonderful
I'd like to have
mods.
some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, the law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies.
Jew Walsh I
Mr.
already
Levine
saw,
has
and I'm
marked,
livid.
Mark that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think
Yeah,
that'll be
Eleanor
the
was in
way.
1967.
And then lastly, schedule.
Shelby.
Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness.
That has an
okay. And then
unmatchable
you'll be
cool
ready to
factor.
proceed into the defense case.
But
Okay.
mine's faster.
All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Sergeant David Strong.
I'll drop a picture of my car in locals in just a second. Oh my God. Getting my Jetsons breakfast. It's a bunch of fucking
That
pills.
the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how were you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
God,
How long
they're so
have you been
quiet
employed by
today.
the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the state police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012.
Dennis was
I
fine.
was assigned to patrol. 2018,
I had a crown put in,
began working out of the State Police Detective
or
Unit.
cap or whatever.
And in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
It was the second
And
part.
is that
So
the
like
state police detective unit assigned to the Essex
the only
District
nasty part is they
Attorney's
touched
Office?
the nerve a
Yes.
couple times.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, where we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover, so I responded along with my detective lieutenant as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillipsbrook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillipsbrook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There was a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes,
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
I've not farted out loud in court. I've farted out quiet in court, though.
Sergeant Strong, I'm showing you Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green-colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is
Gen
that
X
the
Medic,
chair
I'll play
you
your super
saw
tip in a
that
minute.
day?
it is.
At some point, did
Thank you, by the way.
other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No,
to
Your
these?
Honor, not
Okay.
supposed to. They can
All right,
be
so
admitted.
let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97, so marked. Exhibit 98, so marked.
It was a 98?
97? And
97 and 98?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
may I display that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange-colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case the black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Strong, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
Sig Sauer.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, the trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Cross?
Morning, Brooks.
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well?
sir.
And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
It would be Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30? What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene?
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Okay. Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
Okay. And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably.
Yeah, approximately.
Approximately. And then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line, the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Here's my car. I blurred out the back
Were there
lights,
any
sorry.
North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
So it pops a little bit.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was
It's
by
pretty.
coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were writing a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
Okay. When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this, kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. Oh, it would have been the street, so
The sidewalk or something?
yeah.
Okay. Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
Officer.
He wasn't on the scene.
Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder. Officer Noonan, correct?
Basis? What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene, I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why? How is that relevant to me as the fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias, wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
All right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain the
Okay,
objection.
that's it, Judge, just for those issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date?
It was
I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes,
Okay,
sir.
a few days later.
Yes.
Okay. And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
All right. And where was that?
North End Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay. And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and it takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing, though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera?
You mean interview?
Yes,
Not
I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you, Your Honor.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because, I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Okay. Just going to use the picture.
Yeah.
I don't understand the state's witness order strategy. I mean, I wonder who their closing
So
witness is
it's fair
going
to
to
say that
be.
Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in that chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest, it has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It,
Chest with
it
leather
has
trim.
kind of
I
a-
thought that was a lesbian.
top that swings back and opens up,
Yes.
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I am not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
It's very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Okay, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please? Your Honor?
Take your time.
Fletcher Boy says I got pulled over for going 105 by a Tennessee state trooper, telling him I always drive that way wasn't what he wanted to hear. Jail. The last time I got pulled over, I don't say anything really pretty much at all when cops pull me over. I just respectfully hand them my license and registration, They ask where I'm going. You know, I just say, hey, I'm not going to answer any questions or whatever. And most of the time. Sometimes I'll just say, like, I'm going to the store or whatever. But the cop says, how's your driving record? Before he left the window. And I said, oh, God, it's probably terrible. I don't know. He comes back, he's like, you were right. It's really bad. Because I don't want to add to it, though. So you can go ahead and go home. Just slow down. I said, thanks, bud.
What time did you get back with the warrant?
It was before midnight.
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay?
This is the Commonwealth's
So
final
you arrived
witness.
there around 6:30,
Okay, good.
right?
Yes,
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
Then you, what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Gubitosi, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of
What an asshole.
any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place, and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval
There's going to be a
from
motion
the
to
clerk
dismiss
on
this
the
charge.
search
Probably.
warrant, you went in the house very late.
I think they could make a good
So what time did you go in the house?
go at it, but the judge will
I
probably
recall, I
dismiss
believe it
it.
was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes, take your time.
Boosh, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ban you for life from bragging. Fletcher Boy says, just waking up late and gay fee. Thank you. Yeah, if this is the state's final witness, I think we're going to see a motion to dismiss the charges or, like a motion for a directed verdict. They're going to assert that the state didn't make their case. They didn't sufficiently show the elements of assault with a deadly weapon. The judge will mull it over. I think he'll seriously consider it and let it go, though. He won't. He'll deny the motion. Unfortunately, the officer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving forward.
saying that she pointed the gun at him,
Any
pulled the trigger.
Oops, sorry.
That's in the
Read
record.
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125
Her
Phillips
outfit's
Brook
better
Road. Do you
today.
remember?
Yes.
The
And was
black
your memory
boots, the black
exhausted
skirt,
as
leggings
to
is-
the
is okay.
exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes,
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
it would.
The black boots with like the gray
Yeah.
skirt that she had, that was atrocious.
Sir, direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any,
No question.
I'm sorry?
No questions.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or
Yes,
something?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And
It always matters. It always matters. It matters the most, matters the first impression are the biggest things. But yeah, it always matters. You're going into the judge's courtroom. You should respect the courtroom. You should respect the judge. Dress nice. Like, he's your fact finder. He's the guy who's deciding your case. Well, I say dress nice, but it's actually dress consummate to what is deserved by the proceedings. Afro Man dressed the way that those proceedings deserve to be addressed, right? They were a fucking joke. They were a joke. So he wears an American flag suit. Nails it. 100%. Most people, most cases, not recommended. Afro Man in that case, absolutely. Your Honor, what are we even doing here?
is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, you call your next witness?
Rest.
All right, the Commonwealth Russ. All right. And is there a motion?
There is.
Okay.
I'll stand on the papers.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
So they already wrote the motion and provided it. He says he'll stand on paper. So he's not going to, no oral. No oral in the courtroom. He's just going to let it go based on his briefing, which means that this last testimony was really it was just showing that she had guns in the house and they were all checked out or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't, and he is the guy who wrote the search warrant, I guess, and they executed the search warrant, but I didn't really find much in his testimony to be interesting at all.
Yes, there's a page.
All right, defendant's motion for a required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it.
These are almost never granted. Because again, it's easy to get evidence in the record unless you forget something. She should not have her hair pulled back. Why did they dress her down? Damn it. Pissing me off.
All right, and Mr. Badel, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the papers.
Okay, all right. The motion is denied. And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. Maureen Teresi. She should be outside.
Teresi?
The reason those motions are so hard to win, the question is literally, is there any piece of evidence that fulfills each element of the crime? It doesn't mean that the evidence is good or sufficient, like to convince someone. Is there evidence where, taken if true, it fulfills an element of the
Raise your right hand.
crime?
You solemnly swear
And yeah,
that the
there's a
testimony
cop
you're
who
about
said
to
you-
give in this cause now and hearing shall
When
be
you go
the
to me,
truth,
hold the
the
truth.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
That's about it.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Teresi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging, design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2.
And do you walk the dog around the complex from
I-
time to time?
Every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is
a
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact, and just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times, to his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just that, I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What he said? I'm the shooter.
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him
I'm
that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them, and I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
That's
He
okay, take your time.
had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. and
Did he use any
He said
certain,
that-
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her? What did he call her?
What did he call her? Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened.
This is really interesting because, as noted in the chat, this seems like it's hearsay. This seems like a hearsay exception. I don't know, but in the rules of evidence in some states, agents of the state, like an officer, are considered an adverse party, even though like they're part of the adverse party. In other areas, I haven't ever looked into this for a hearsay exception. However, it's possible that there's a party exception to hearsay in the Massachusetts rules or in some Massachusetts ruling. I don't know. It's also possible that there's a stipulation to this. And finally, well, here's the other thing. None of these statements are being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted. Like if he calls Kelsey a crazy fucking lunatic, they're not admitting it to show that she's a crazy fucking lunatic, but they are, getting a present sense impression. How did this statement impact you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a couple possible exceptions. They may have worked this out ahead of time, but I would have expected a hearsay objection at this point.
And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house, the three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There it is. There it is. She's a fucking whack job. The guy who shoots her says she's a fucking whack job. This is going towards the credibility, again, the credibility of these witnesses, the narrative that's been built around her doing this. And importantly, Noonan's motivation to lie. Noonan's motivations to lie. Noonan knew her personally as a superior officer. He had talked to her and provided her like wisdom and stuff like that. But he also says she's a fucking whack job the day he shoots her. I mean, these are, and she's noting the strangeness of the execution of the restraining order being delivered. This is important here. This is important. Remember that it's hard to have a bad witness for Kelsey. There aren't too many. The question for Kelsey is, did she raise a gun, point it at Noonan, and pull the trigger? That's about it. Kelsey clearly was in crisis. Like that's not a strange thing. Like but she's got excuses for being in crisis. She's being served this restraining order. Her baby's being taken away. Her fiance is the one who took out the restraining order against her. Her world is collapsing in real time. So it's hard to have, like, that's already known. There's not much you can say bad about her. The only thing that the state had to do was to try and get the judge to believe Noonan. Anything that goes against Noonan's credibility, incredibly important for the defense to establish. Noonan tried to deny that, saying that she's a fucking whack job. This lady, who seems completely disinterested, she says that he says that. She didn't hear that testimony of him denying saying it. It's not like, in theory, of course, you can always have an attorney planting stuff. into a witness's head. But it comes across very genuine when it comes out of nowhere from someone who wasn't in the courtroom. It's the exact same statement, which is, of course, where the defense got it to, go after him with it. It's, how does that impact? And it all goes to her state of mind. How does it impact how you perceive what's going on?
Apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And-
And he said that she's an effing, whack job.
So was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow. That word is used.
Yeah, Marcy.
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no. How did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
After the conversation that we had,
State's trying to discredit her
shocked by it.
You contacted the defense team.
I didn't even know Pat's first name or.
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did, and a little bit after we had the conversation,
What up,
probably
Sledge?
a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
That Mike Crawford,
Oh, shit.
that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
with Mike.
No, with this conversation with Pat.
It was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
Okay. You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
What up,
I'm
Will?
sorry?
You were
The
interested
glare.
in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in.
Oh, he's doing this dirty. So he's going to try and say, he's going to try and paint her as someone who wants to get involved in the drama, like a true crime fan who finally gets the chance to be murdered. I'm the story.
What was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan, Teresi, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have. Yeah,
Okay, can I ask
sure.
what you're on?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from Mike-
question.
I'm sorry. It's an article from. Looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Right.
I reposted that.
You reposted that. But
Yes.
What did you repost?
What's? I can't see it. Like, what's the context of Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
What is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice
Understood.
anything more than to have a timeout, but hold on a second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Gubitosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So, Mr. Gubitosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see. No.
Okay,
From
Lisa.
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it. Is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state of mind
Look-
or otherwise.
all right, let's first things first. So, to mark it for ID.
And I can't read it either for the record. So.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would the putting it on the screen
I just want
allow
her
it
to
to be
see
more
it.
legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should object to it.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here,
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Bradle of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. And so it's a statement. Oh, I'll let you get back at the.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I
something.
can read it
but-
from here, the big,
Okay.
right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
I'll ask her to read
Sure.
it, but she can read it.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, so you
Simmons.
reposted the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Mike Crawford farted on stream, and the Glarers live reaction was the best thing you've seen this year. If somebody's got a PG, can you send me that? Or Nicola, can you send me that link on Twitter or something so we can watch it on a break? I don't know who this Mike Crawford guy is.
Now, you said your comments
Should I be making fun of this Mike
about
Crawford
news
guy?
articles also, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, may I
what do
approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Okay, I'm not above making fun of a bitch.
Yes, that's my name, and yes, this is well, it's a comment.
It's a comment.
Yeah, maybe
that
I
you
should bring
made
Will on and we'll
to
talk
an
about
article, correct?
Well,
Hold on one second. Let's mark it for ID, please.
If you're on a juror,
And, Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have that.
what do you mean raise your hackles? I mean, I'm
Thank you.
familiar with the expression, but like,
So August 14th, you commented.
do you mean you find her not credible?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Something bothers her?
Can I read it?
Can you read out
Oh,
loud
I
what
love
you said?
that jacket she's wearing. Holy shit. Dude, the cuffs?
Joseph LaHood, who's I'm commenting too.
Sure.
Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police,
I did.
correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a couple.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry. And
Wait,
there's
what?
more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry, I don't want to copy of this.
I would love to chat and watch someone work out, or you would love to chat and watch me work out.
Thanks.
I'm fucking confused.
Mark this for identification.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
Okay? So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page and see if you made a comment to that?
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page out loud, please?
The post itself?
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Read your right.
We're content, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
And defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Lauren?
It's a little drama about the interested nature of the person making this claim.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat right there. You pull yourself right up to the mic.
Good morning. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by, so if we hear that, we'll stop our conversations, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
I think there's
And
strategy
what's
on
she
the,
wearing today?
A white blazer.
on the last witness.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her
Dude, that
daughter as
jacket
the
is
defendant?
fucking tits.
Thank
Wait,
you.
that's probably inappropriate. That
Now,
jacket is cool
Kelsey's
as fuck.
father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And
a
who
son.
is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager. Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address, we don't need that. And
Fade,
where do you
where to
work
go,
now?
Christopher?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her,
Yes.
close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes, yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
10 minutes.
Close drive, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was the father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat?
When he was hungry?
Yes.
Oh, is that when
And
babies cry?
When you, I'm going to draw your
Kelsey takes a
attention
stand
now
today,
to
by the
June
way.
30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th,
Kelsey's on the stand
2025?
right now in real
Phillips
life.
Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is
With
that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days
That's why she's
from
dressed
June
like
30th?
this.
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No one, just Kels and baby.
And Kelsey?
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
I did.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you
Yes.
said, correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room?
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
Okay. And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you are downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
Ooh.
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Oh, shit.
Did you hear
Boom.
Kelsey
Bad
say anything
for
from
the state.
second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
Oh.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Fucking wrecked. State better ruin her credibility.
Thank you very much. You
That would
may
be
sit-
fun.
You may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness.
No cross-examination
Yeah.
from the state. No cross from the state after that. Brutal. Brutal. Noonan's credibility versus the mom's credibility. The state doesn't even challenge it. They leave it hanging like a garden, like a hanging plant. I ruined that. They like a fucking viney plant that your grandmother has. Terrible for the state. Noonan's testimony was all confused. His story didn't make sense, didn't add up. The story that does make sense is boom, boom. That's the story. That's it. 2 words. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
Take maybe a 20-minute recess. And we will stand in recess.
All rise. Court is stands in a 15-minute recess. Please exit the courtroom quietly for other sessions up and running. Thank you.
That's huge. I mean, that's it's critical. The defense is putting on a clinic. Will it work? Who knows? We don't know. But the defense is putting on a clinic on how to do this in front of a judge, not a jury. The state's entire attack on the old lady, trying to discredit her as like a true crime fan or whatever, like super interested party, falls flat to me. I think it probably falls flat on the judge. Judge has no reason to disbelieve this lady, even if she is like a fan. She's still the neighbor. She's still a witness. Oh, how'd you become involved in the case? Well, I had information, so I talked to the defense attorney. That happens all the time. That's not weird. It's not weird to a judge. Might be weird to a jury. Man, leaving that hanging, though. No counter on that. Oh, my God. Okay, I got a couple super tips. And then we'll jump ahead.
Nick, I have been waiting for this all week. Quick intermission, though. My kid somehow managed to lose a fight with a stationary pole. She was running, tried to hit the brakes, found a random hole, and just accepted her fate. She's totally fine. No damage, already roasted herself a few times, but I need a few extra jokes in my back pocket for later. You know, for character building.
We need to roast your daughter for running into a stationary pole? Say, you have really good aim. You aimed for everything else and missed. Good job. Nice work. How about... I thought you were just retarded. Turns out you're Polish. I think that one's good. That one's good. It's always good to refer to your kids as mentally handicapped.
Something people don't understand, most departments, if you get in 2 to 3 officer-involved shootings, unless it's like SWAT incidents, you either wind up retired or on a desk job. You are a liability.
Absolutely. Officer-involved shootings cost departments money, especially if black people are the ones that get shot. Holy shit, B. Ivory Lamar is there with $ nipple piercings. Anyone in the chat have $ on their nipples pierced in? I would want to do that. I won't pierce my nipples. They're immaculate. But if you guys do pierce yours, do you have like a... Man, that's like a cash money rap video dream. $, hey holla. At Kurt.
Did you raise your right?
I like the jacket. I'm going to say it over and over. I like the jacket. Okay. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. No, sorry. I'm kidding. It's hard to tell because, you know, all this stuff has been from the side, sitting down, whatever. You don't get a good shot on her. Did she get some fresh cans after the shooting? Like, are we? Because I feel like there's a Norwegian ski slope joke in there. No, I love this jacket, though. I fucking love the cuffs that roll up black. Rolling up black is cool. Buttons are awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sensible turtleneck underneath.
Right hand,
cross
solemnly swear
because she's testifying.
That,
that means she's telling the
truth.
truth.
This cause now adhering shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
You may have a seat.
I don't like the pulled back hair, but her testifying, it makes sense.
So let's be honest, if your daughter is already hitting the pole, you failed as a dad, no roasting the daughter, this is your fault, Dad.
I'm not jealous that I
Thank you,
can't
Your
rock
Honor.
women's blazers. I'm always just looking for
Good morning.
good blazers for Lady
Good
Raglan.
morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Excuse me, do you mind just pulling that
Yes.
mic a little bit closer just so that we can hear you?
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. How
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
She's not annoying sounding. That's
Currently,
nice.
Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Methuen, Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were 2 different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family in Hoosick.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Steven, my older brother, my biological older brother Steven Jr., and then I have my stepfather, William Page, his 2 kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and
Boosh, you
William.
watch that surname.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They're step, yes.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like I am, a little like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey.
I do have mild criticisms. Her chin could be a little stronger. A little bit more on the jawline. She needs to chew more gum or something. Work out those jowl muscles. I'm going to say that. Look, clavicular has inspired us all. She needs to hit her face with a hammer and raise those cheekbones up a little bit. It's going to be tough, but she can do it. And she needs to get Officer Noonan to point his gun and shoot some of the chub off her cheeks. We want heroin chic skeletal looks. Here, I'm kidding on the cheek thing. No, I do think her jawline could be a little bit more defined. I think she can work on that though. I think she could do that. Could her shoulders be larger? No, they can't. It's impossible to make shoulders larger. It doesn't work. It's not even real. No, I'm not talking about on the stand, Doctor of Dragon Studies. I'm talking about in general for life. I'm trying to set her up as a universally recognized expert on other people succeeding. I'm just giving her some tips. She probably needs to find a new guy. She should be in the Recato Law chat. There's plenty of eligible men and women in the chat. She can take her choice. Great people, good senses of humor. Speaking of good senses of humor, we're sitting embarrassingly at 0 memberships today. And, nothing is ever required. But I will tell Trump that all of your houses are Iranian addresses. Like, I will do that. Just a reminder, we have super tips available, pinned comment on both Rumble and YouTube. And they allow you to do stuff like this.
It's a good thing I'm her mom because clearly she got that run straight into a pole energy from her dad's side.
And Jew Walsh coming in solid, and Fletcher Boy as well. All I had to do was ask. Is that it? That's what I have to do? I just have to. Ain't too proud to beg. Desert Ghost has gifted a membership, and Devin Downey has joined. So we went from 0 to 17 really fast, just like Kurt. Oh, God damn it. I'm sorry. That was unacceptable. Oh, finally we're legal. DX Mania brings us to 18. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sometimes the joke hit, like my joke hit me. It hit me harder than it should have. But I was proud of that joke. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done interrupting. I just wanted to say, well, goodness gracious, look at here, bam, bam, and we also have Joanna Ladley joining. Is Ace gifting a membership? Holy crap! We're now up at 20. Thank you guys so much. Whoops. Thank you so much for joining up. We are going to have some membership content. Ms. Peachy Keen, 7 months a member, says a Democrat would still abort this membership. That's true. There's an interesting transition where like Democrats are pro-abortion up to just slightly after the baby is born when they're pro-abortion. Like not all of them, obviously. And then Republicans pick up the slack right then. Right when Democrats are like, nope, no more killing. Republicans are like, now we're good. All right. 1 month out of that womb, death penalty eligible. Just waiting for that felony. Ms. Peachy Keen gifted a membership. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. We are going to do some member content here really soon. What's today? Is today Wednesday? It's spring break for me, so I've kind of lost track. Yeah, it's Wednesday. But nothing matters. None of the activities are really on. Okay, back to this testimony. You guys are, God. You warm my cockles so much with your members.
So, you guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Thank you.
Where'd you work?
What?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host / waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
Okay. After graduating Fisher College, you had the B. Is it a BA or a BS?
BS.
BS in criminal justice.
Oh, it can't be trusted.
And
she's got a BS.
What was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go, and tell us about law school?
Wait, she went to law school, but she's a cop?
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
The pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy?
Yes,
And you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff?
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just
I think her voice
through all
is
the overtime I worked, which
rather
included
neutral.
transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes in the lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Why'd you go to law school?
Yes. While I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover.
So
I
Ravine
really liked
94,
the town
welcome.
I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly, was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off, so it was 5 days a week.
Okay. When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that
Women be
entail?
after money.
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party, so I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5, so I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6, so I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer, so you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
And who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all off?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No. Can you just, that thing over there?
The state is going to have to cross-examine her in a way that counters this very soft, put-together, professional look. I mean, law school, wants to be a
Mr.
police
Simmons,
officer.
in your employ at the North Andover PD,
Sensible.
You
employment
assumed the
record,
job of a
she's
regular
young, she doesn't
patrol
have a long
officer at
history.
some point, I take it?
Yes. I was
They got to make her look
officer.
like a fucking lunatic.
After you finished with field training
It's tough.
officers, do they have some sort of a say and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on, and I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in the end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a nutshell, we met
We've never been in a
through
nutshell.
Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes. And we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
Okay. So let's rewind the events of that. So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was
Stop doing that with the audio.
with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
This is a story.
And when did you first go out of work?
This testimony.
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it, so I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
I did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th, scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work, and his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad, you're not a babysitter, you can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're a dad.
Oh, I hate when
And,
dads say that. Oh, I got to babysit the kiddos.
At some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up
Unbiased
in North
coverage
Andover?
here on Ricada Law.
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift, so.
Was there something about gas money as well?
Yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind you a little bit. So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case,
Her,
it doesn't
Dr.
end up
Dr.
with,
Curry's.
okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common,
Dr.
right?
Muffins is hotter than
So was that
most people.
Was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to I don't want to...
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he calls
Well,
me.
hold on a second. Just to be... Yes.
I just need to confer with our court staff. Mr. Rain, can you turn the...
God! Oh, brutal! Fuck! Sorry. Just called for a sidebar. I'll turn the volume back up now. Trying to be on top of the volume. The court volume is fluctuating like a mug today.
Arranging to meet...
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
And Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
Yeah, sorry. Dr. Muffins is a beautiful woman. It's gonna be hard to find anybody on any of these cases. And the way she had her hair and stuff. I mean, come on, that wasn't even fair. This.
And just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
Then make yourself comfortable.
We have your seat.
Yes.
Thank you.
She's cute, but damn them
So,
ears.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me, I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
Gas money?
And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Caden.
And what was the schedule, what was on the schedule for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training, so it was gonna go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So, I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So, right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So, I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Work those rubber dummies, girl.
Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
Thank you.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other.
She's
when
really
he
well
was
put
walking
together for this
out
testimony.
of the door.
She doesn't sound like
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
Always can change.
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and They're like, but
Did he hold the
he
baby?
did, yeah.
Oh, how human.
And it's, is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah,
And how did the training go?
it went fine. Normal, passed.
How did that, how long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
It's hard to hear
What
me.
time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just a minute ago, I had texted, I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just gonna grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m., and I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes, so the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did, and he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Okay. Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck, and at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just like was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay, so in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the Common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like, communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover? and I was trying to make sense of it, and I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person
I'm
lives.
sorry. Yarn, do you have a question?
That's a leading question.
So who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yes.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the Common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the Common.
Okay. And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Caden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did he ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
Okay. And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you, I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at the park.
To Michelle, you said that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m., so sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that? Yes. So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's
Road,
my home.
single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
And when you came back from the Common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag, I had him in his little carrier, and I think I had my phone in my hand and my house keys.
And you walked around and you went to your door?
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch,
It's a long
that
fucking
porch
walk.
door that we've seen on the video here
Yep,
and
my
there, right?
front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Caden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move on. What was your...
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah. if you
Lots
could,
of leading.
just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused. And I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the Common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the Common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the Common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle?
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there?
Imagine being sold out by
Like
everybody.
maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
All of her friends sell her out
And you sat,
without telling her. With her
Did you
fiance.
visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Caden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were just talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. So maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Okay. Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The objection was sustained.
Oh.
So, next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway,
She goes to her
did you
family's
get a
land,
visit from
chill.
the North Andover police?
He's
I heard
like,
someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
decides to throw down.
How
with
long
bridesmaids.
after your mom left did the
Wild.
police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so
The state
my home
better
had a lot of
flesh
surveillance
out
outside,
how
so I
she
was
went
just curious,
from this story to fucking crazy.
how long
or they lose.
Was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on lap time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. All of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this, I'm sorry.
It's okay, we can come back to it later. I do that all the time, that's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched-in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I've never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like a pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
Okay. And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
Again, contradicting Noonan's
So there's
story
Noonan.
that he didn't
And then
know
who's the
her.
third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He's a work friend.
He was a work
outside
friend.
of work.
Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
I didn't hear that well.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker. It does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him, so when I put him down, he was obviously crying, and I was like, whatever this is, I'm gonna hold my son, because they had a folder. I knew they were gonna give me something.
At that moment,
Yeah.
did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him, and then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is, like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope, and that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you're
isn't
feeding
crying
the baby.
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything, and I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't, and they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Kaden was on it as well, and
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes.
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer
Brutal.
to be brought out of my house.
Good line.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
They've been over this moment.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Kaden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said that the court date was in 14 days, so he said pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes.
Okay. So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
No, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Kaden because he was gonna go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No. I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trust.
What? Hold on. I don't know what happened there. Okay, it seems to be catching up now.
Trusted all of them.
Hold on, let me go back. That was weird.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will?
Leading? Sustained.
I'm just asking her what she's thinking.
He's
Your
leading
Honor.
her time.
Just ask.
What are you thinking?
So it took.
That was a weird one because it sounds like leading, but having an unfolding thought process isn't leading her to the answer of like what thoughts are unfolding. That would be the next question. What are you thinking is the logical question that follows the yes. Things are kind of going out of control. I don't know. That was a little much on the objections. I'm not pausing it too much or having too much commentary, just kind of letting her run here. Again, this is the most critical testimony probably of the entire case. This is a place where the judge determines her credibility. Here's her story. Tries to understand why and what her state of mind was. Because she is going to have to account for some crazy. The state is likely going to. Now, we're not going to get to see the affidavit. That's the thing that annoys the shit out of me, I don't think. I don't think so, because I don't think she's ever seen it. She said they never produced it or whatever. Maybe, I'm sure they've produced it in discovery for her, but I don't know if they're going to bring it. I thought the state might bring it in to show she's a nutbag. But they have to predict where the state's going to go to show that she's nutty, which is mostly going to be the same stuff that's in the restraining order, although they may have troubles introducing some of it. But and they have to counter that. So they've put together a really good testimony so far. You can prepare your witnesses and your client for testimony, You can prepare them. What you can't do is tell them how to answer or what to answer. They are supposed to answer truthfully. What you can do is talk about, like, you can ask them these questions. You can run through this process so they're not taken off guard, so they know what to expect, to help them develop their own narrative, so long as you're not the one developing the narrative and telling them you need to say this and this and this. That's, that's okay. Or that's all okay to do. They've done this a lot. They prepared for this. They know this is critical. She has to present as trustworthy, as sane, as hardworking, down to earth, all of those things, because the state is going to attack her on them. And we'll see. I'm really curious how they're going to do it, because right now, I mean, she seems like someone with a normal career trajectory who's engaged in normal activity, normal relationships, and then her whole world collapses as her boyfriend breaks up with her by restraining order after she sees him at a party with other women who all happen to comprise her friend group right before her wedding. Like, it sounds awful. They didn't cover this. The state didn't have him counter this narrative and be like, yeah, I was at that house. We were talking about wedding gifts or planning something out. We were doing something. We wanted to surprise Kelsey. We knew she was stressed. They didn't do any of that. They didn't set up anything to counter her. So it's her narrative that's going to matter here. And again, we've had some really fast paced, important hits. How this testimony goes and how cross goes is it, though. To me, this is where the judge is going to decide. The defense has done enough to let the judge say, do I believe this woman or do I believe Officer Noonan? If he believes Officer Noonan, she goes to prison. If he believes her, she walks.
I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen. As I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And
shit, I was gonna let these wait, but this person's got to go. So
All right, I'm out of money and time. I'll catch the replay. Have a great day, everyone. And please avoid polls. They're undefeated.
Can't stop the polls. And then the winged hussars arrive.
You better let me hold your member for putting my member inside you.
Man, when did that happen? Okay. When did that happen? It's Ace, a member for 2 months, says 2 months strong. Nick said, who invited you? No, I did. I invited you. I remember.
As I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any
With a
mom.
4-month-old? That's crazy.
And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, I just kept,
it's eternal.
And my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order.
Her
Maverick,
dog?
my dog Maverick was on the restraining order. So my
Was
son,
he your dog or
he was,
Justin's dog?
He was my dog.
Motherfucker. They went for the jugular on this girl. They went for the jugular on this. And again, how are they going to introduce what the issues in the restraining order are? They're going to ask her about them. She could just say that never happened or I don't remember that. They don't have the restraining order in evidence as far as I remember. They don't have the affidavit for the restraining order. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom real quick and I don't want to miss any of this. This is intense, important. So I don't want to leave it running. I'll be right back. All right. See you in just a second. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. This is just, like I said, high drama. Now, this is interesting. I mean, it doesn't really, like, Pam says, who has a bachelorette party 4 months before the wedding? Shouldn't it be just like before the wedding? If it's a typical bachelorette party, it's just, just days before at most. That's the idea. It's your last foray into freedom. But, it's a Jack and Jill party. It doesn't sound like it was the normal kind, like, I shouldn't say normal, the stereotypical, like, bawdy, raunchy bachelorette party experience. So who knows?
So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house, and I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good. If at restraining order.
Don't talk about what you were accused of.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula. And he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers.
Yeah, but it makes sense.
I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up the firearms, right?
Yes.
Y'all reacted more to the dog being taken
to the
than the
officers
baby.
about the location of your firearms?
People always do.
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
Thank you. So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yeah, I know. It's just funny how it worked out.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not
don't
like
do that
normal practice
on
to
an
put
RO.
a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers, so I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument. You separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs,
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
'Cause I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life.
Again, not to keep pausing. Not used to pausing during trials. They've expertly set up, again, this is a clinic, especially for a bench trial. They have established step by step by step by step how this woman's life collapsed instantly, and why a sane and rational person who is not like a violent, unhinged lunatic might go from being a mom with a baby to being a mom who's literally watching everything be taken from her and there's nothing she can do about it. Why she might want to kill herself right then. And not be like a persistent problem, not be some repeatable, like thing, but what explains why she might want to do that day.
I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just...
Yeah, that's why I said...
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs?
What happened after you said that?
Somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier?
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
She needed time to get the
what was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot.
Wait.
That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you,
you wanted to kill yourself. So who
yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
She should have said,
So-
I didn't want one of my coworkers to have
But if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that.
Why? What makes it selfish?
Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months. I think my decision to
What makes it selfish? No officer
do it to
wants
myself
shoot
was
someone.
selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try
Should've
to
gotten on
have the
there that
officers
cops don't want to shoot
transport
other
some
people,
stuff
and she didn't want to
downstairs?
put her coworkers
Several.
through that.
At some point,
I don't think it's that bad,
did Officer Houston
honestly, but like that's
leave the second
what
floor?
they should have done.
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay, hold
When you
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
I'll show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes. His back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston down the stairs.
Did he stay that way, or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and down stairs, you can hear going up and down stairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of the chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
Ready to go, John?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I had rocketed in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room facing.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like
normal.
this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
Okay. And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to
Like
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards, and I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand did you use?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? You can just describe it.
My temple.
Okay. Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
I'm
What
sorry.
happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before.
I need a second. I'm sorry, you said fuck, but you don't think you got to the K? You made it halfway through the C? What? Come on now. Damn it, stop doing shit like that. I don't think I even made it to the K. That's the best evidence against her so far. I love how court works too. Like, she's like, it's a room full of adults, and she says the word fuck in context, about a certain thing. And she's like, I'm so sorry, but I did say fuck. It's like, you just described putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger, trying to shoot yourself. There are other issues that have been put. I made it. I don't think I was at the K yet. Like, I was on my way there. I almost made it. But whew.
I was shot.
What would that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
No.
It knocked me backwards.
No, it didn't.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well, I'm sorry,
Okay.
a better question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head, and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground, and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were
He was just trying to save her from
doing
saying
that,
a bad
you had
word.
the firearm up to your head. Was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it,
Correct.
no, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after, I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So, what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? Like it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said why, like why, and he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand, and I said why. I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So, you get shot, and you get shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. After being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing, but other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
Like a sack?
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Yeah, I mean, what would you think?
At any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes, he came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. Like it felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you? They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital. And what hospital did you go to?
I was flown by MedFlight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelny's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And it says, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smiertelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me, and I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Nobody can come.
So you get in the helicopter, you're transported.
You're on your own, kid.
You're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off, and when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just like tapped him and like gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking on, I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like, I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working, and I think they had switched the tank or something, or turned it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter, and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
Okay.
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time.
I think all told, she's doing terrific still. The worst moments of her testimony aren't that damaging. They're kind of silly. As almost decay and fuck.
My member was inside you and you didn't even notice. I'm insulted.
That sounds like a you problem, buddy.
Cross, I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
So we have a break coming before cross. What do you guys think? How'd she do on the stand? How'd she do? If you're watching the replay, drop it in the comment section. What are you thinking right now? Don't watch the rest until after you comment. Then watch the rest. You know what I mean. We're going to skip this boring stuff of nothing happening. And we're going to get to cross-exam. Can the state salvage their case? I think right now.
I recall thinking it could be dangerous, but
Right now, I think Kelsey Fitzsimmons is winning this case.
I find Noonan less credible based on the fact that this chick is a fucking smoke show and I want to put my hoo-hoo dilly in her cha-cha. Micro peen for life, Nika.
Okay. It was very forward and direct. I mean, to me, Noonan is less credible than an XFL offensive line at a bank asking for money, home equity. No, the league's going to be fine. Oh, okay. All right, sure. Noonan has massive credibility problems. Kelsey's doing very well on credibility. I think the state, of course, it's up to them to ruin that. She had a couple silly moments, but they didn't seem like actual credibility issues. In my opinion, they seem like who has to testify about their own suicide that they're bad at. I mean, she's not any good. Just like Noonan probably trained her on how to shoot. So she put a gun on the way to her head and missed, which is amazing. But I guess we know cops in North Andover or wherever they are, you can just stand still right in front of them and live through anything. Hail of bullets comes your way, but misses somehow. But it's awkward to testify about stuff like that. I mean, it's awkward to testify about mental health issues in general. Depression, your life collapsing, like all that stuff. Having to do that in front of the court, in front of your community, in front of friends and family, to admit that you were in that place, to, to recognize that can be kind of tough and intimidating. So I think that was fine. I think she did really well. outside of those couple goofy moments, I don't think they were damaging moments. But the state may disagree, and the state has the opportunity now to exploit that and draw it out and make her look bad.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right? Yes.
You know as your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True?
Yeah, that could be true.
It could be true. Well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
Yeah, I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure.
Get the.
Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
But you also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to
Get on the mic.
I don't know if I can physically do that.
Thank you.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always
It's fair
have
to say whatever
a
the fuck you
higher
want.
sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me there?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. Okay. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, we have to.
When you go to a domestic call, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or they even see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yeah.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yeah, as a police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety?
Yes.
For your partner's safety?
Yes.
For the children's safety? For everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't, no.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near him, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone can grab a weapon, true?
True.
Use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained in that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do, that's what you're supposed to do, and that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you were a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is like a special weapons tactical team. You know that, right?
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
But you do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous, true?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a weapon involved, somebody's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah,
correct?
they go to everything that's bad.
They weren't doing
Because
that,
they're
though.
highly trained to deal with those situations, true?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence
Objection,
all the time,
relevance.
and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Okay. Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Objection.
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And
Not
you
every
know
SWAT
that
call
those
involves a
guys
weapon.
Are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training.
He's
or
trying to
the
bolster
process of becoming
Noonan's
on SWAT.
Okay, so
training,
you know to call
credibility,
them.
and training through
It's
her.
something else, right?
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
Okay.
they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things. right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team, you know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
Okay. You knew he started in Andover, that's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence.
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's, and not to disparage any community, right?
I want to disparage a community.
Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I
How would
don't
she
know
know?
off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
Okay. They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know, yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that, yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through?
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was...
I honestly thought, I looked at my lieutenants as that for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
So, yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct?
Yes.
You knew he was a by-the-book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him
Imagine trying to make Officer Noonan credible
you thought he knew what
through
he
the
was
person
doing,
he
right?
shot.
He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
And it seems
These are all
like
reasons
that's
she
true.
wouldn't want to
You'd
make
like
him
to
shoot her, though.
Yes,
speak
yes.
to a gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin,
Her fiance's different than her boss? Probably. Brilliant! Justin's different story in your
on June
life.
30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the common and
an argument
the police
and breaking
involvement.
off an engagement are vastly different.
Correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
Oh, why
they came
not?
to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they're concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday...
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday... Well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Caden's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent.
It's unfathomable
So
as a
I'm sure that was
parent. Trust
devastating
me.
to you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right?
They told me
It
less
wasn't-
than 10 days.
No.
Right? It
And
was
I
Justin who went to court,
crumbled.
who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get Caden.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Okay,
Justin.
well, you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, have you ever actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge, that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after
Sure.
the fact.
And then they come to the home.
If the child needs to be protected
So
immediately, yeah.
I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old is this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport an infant.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not in evidence, they're not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
Okay. So overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, can you just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer? And like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you...
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math for me. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
You're talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay, and she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
She's your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the
this is
victim or
crazy,
plaintiff in a
crazy
case
to
to
have this
enter
happen.
the home where the defendant is. That.
Well, you knew he was getting a child, correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, and I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That's true. That's why I didn't chamber around, thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification, yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because...
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand, you're not strong.
But your typical reflex is two hands, true?
Yeah, that's
Two hands extended.
that's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with two hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday, yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things. You about your life unraveling, if you will, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
That's it?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
No reason to. Leave it. That cross was weak as shit.
And the defense, you can call your next witness.
That was a weak cross.
Okay. Aside from what?
The view.
They didn't
Okay.
make her look dangerous or crazy.
And
they didn't attack the moment.
so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
They didn't even attack the moment of the shooting. That was a weak sauce cross. Here, I'll zip it forward here. Looks like we're gonna get a break.
The defense hasn't rested.
Hold on. Whoops. Let's see what's happening.
So, you know what, a couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at
That's
sidebar,
it. That's
we're
all the
going to
defense
break
wants.
until
No other
2.
witnesses.
At 2.
Good choice.
I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number one. Number two, I'd like to
That right
conduct
there?
that charge conference that we spoke of.
That right there. I'm going to see if the defense still even wants me to see the location. That's it. Defense wins. I'm pretty sure. Like, you're going to have a hard time convincing me that she's not walking on this. Why would he say that? What a strange thing to say. What a strange thing to say. To me, that sells it. I'm putting it down. Not guilty verdict. But we still have closing arguments. Who knows? But the state did a non-job on cross.
And 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr. Stradle?
Thank you very much.
All right, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
All rise.
Okay, they're in recess until 1 o'clock, which means they're still still in recess for a little while. Wait a minute. To 1 o'clock? That's already passed. Give me a second. I'm ordering some food for Lady Rackets to pick up while she's out. Sorry. I'm starving. Starving. Guys, do I want pasta or do I want a burger? Or a sandwich. Sliced prime rib with bell peppers and onions. That sounds kind of good. I think I'm going to go with a pasta. I think we're doing a pasta. Let's see. Okay. Just making sure. We're about to lock it in. Oh, damn it. There's 3 cheese, chicken, and chicken rigatoni. But there's also just fettuccine Alfredo. I love long noodles. Wait, no, I mean, I love, damn it. I didn't mean that in any sexual way. Desert fire pasta. I think it's desert fire pasta. I think that's what we're going with. Gluten-friendly noodles. Ew. Chicken over shrimp. Get wrecked, sea bugs. Chicken's better. The Africans are right. Okay. There we go. I'm going to go to my cart and order this. This is a pickup order. I know it is. I ordered it. Here we go. Place pickup order. Hey, I have credits. Cool. This is very exciting. Riveting television. I know. Oh, whoops. Place the order. What? What's not found? Did my order get placed? Now I don't know if it actually went through. Okay, it says it did. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Quick bathroom break. Yes, we still have closing arguments. I'm guessing, when they come back from lunch, whenever that will be, we'll determine whether or not they're going to do the visit. If they're not going to do the visit, they can probably go into closing arguments. Excuse me. They won't have to do jury instructions. However, that doesn't mean that they're not going to have, they can still have arguments over what the judge's instructions are as a finder of fact. And they're not really, in that case, they're not really instructions to the judge so much as they're an agreement on what the judge's standards are as he determines, the case. So... All right, there is we do have a super tip here.
I love her. I can fix her. She can fix me or whatever. I love her.
I think she did really, really well. I think she did really, really well. I think that her mom testifying was great. I think that her neighbor's testimony was great. I love that the defense kept it tight. 3 witnesses. The defense did heavy legwork on cross for the witnesses that the state brought. I don't think the state has met I don't think the state has met the credibility burden to sustain this case. Personally, you guys may disagree. All right, let me see. We got some time here, so time for some shenanigans. Real quick, if you enjoy this show, if you're enjoying the live stream now, if you enjoy the live streams generally, click the like button on YouTube, on Rumble, wherever it is. Maybe consider sharing out the stream every now and then, or retweeting. If you are retweeting something that I post, like a lot of times throwing up your own quote or whatever can get more traction. Sometimes it's less. I don't know. I use your own judgment there. You don't have to follow my exact instructions, even though they are robust and perfect. But certainly those likes and those shares really do help. Letting people know that I'm back. Getting the word out on streaming is the hardest thing to do. It's the hardest thing to do. I swear, Rumble is leaving something on the table. I currently have the largest Kelsey Fitzsimmons stream on Rumble, which is not a brag. There's only like 3 of them, which is crazy sauce. Crazy sauce. But they're, if Rumble doesn't promote it as a category, doesn't let people know that there are streamers there, it's not gonna build up. It just won't build up. But we can hope. We can hope and dream that they'll remember all the good times that we had together and all that stuff. But a big shout out to the Rumble crowd, which is growing every day. It is growing every day. Right now, like I said, we are at 306, it says. It was 7 till I started talking. 306 people over on Rumble, which is awesome. We have a good crowd on YouTube as well. And... But like I said, since coming back, the hardest thing has been just letting people know that I'm here. Because the platforms, and this isn't intentional. I mean, it might be, but generally speaking, it's not. The algorithms don't know what to do because for a long time, I didn't stream. And then the streaming was very inconsistent. Topics were erratic. They weren't focused, stuff like that. So the algorithm's like, what the hell is this idiot doing? Trying to keep things more concise and build up that presence for YouTube so that the algorithm for distribution knows where to send, like who to send out notifications to, knows where to place a video so people might watch it who otherwise don't know who I am. Very important. Rumble, I don't know how their distribution algorithm works. I really don't. I know that if you're live streamed or if you've got a video and it gets front paged or put in the editor's picks or whatever, it helps dramatically. Other than that, I'm not sure how their distribution works at all. So that's a lot more reliant on notifications, and hopefully people keep seeing them and go, oh yeah, who's that retard? I remember his name. Sledge Entertainment says, touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. The Pope is back. Thank you.
How fucking stupid is Noonan to expect us to believe a homicidal chick gives up trying to kill him because she takes a 9mm pill to the chest?
Yeah, that is an interesting point that I hadn't really thought of. She's still got a gun, like, or she could have, I think she dropped it or whatever, but she could have just plugged him. I thought the one bad part was the flying back part. I'm guessing that's what Runkle and Nick Stero are probably saying, like, that was the one part of her testimony that doesn't make sense. Like, did the bullet knock you over? Bullets don't carry anywhere near the amount of kinetic energy required to knock over a human. They weigh almost nothing. The damaging things about bullets is that they go fast, and all of the force that they have is concentrated in a small tip at the front that will puncture. So what force they do transfer isn't an energy transfer into the body of a human in the way that it'll punch them down. Even hollow points, even the big dirty hairy gun, they're not knocking people over. People may fall backwards. They may fall forwards. They may just collapse straight down. They may not fall at all. It's weird. Tons of footage out there of people walking forward and being shot, and just like they'll walk forward and then fall down. And it's like, why didn't they get moved? Physics just stopped applying there, I guess. I'm working on Kick. Fat US Dottore or whatever. I'm working on Kick. There's an issue with the verification. It does not believe that I'm the same person on my driver's license. But my driver's license photo was taken many drugs ago. And I've seen my own face. My facial structure has changed and stuff like that. So, like, I get it that the AI thinks I'm lying. So I think, and I've tried it a couple different times, tried different cameras. I think I have to actually just go in and get a new ID made so that then my face will match, which is harder to do when you're streaming during the daytime. Just Dottore is fine. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. I'll try and remember that. D. What? Tell you what. Has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. That brings us up to 28 memberships. Very much appreciated with that. Oh, wait, I canceled that. It's all wrong. I changed the order of these things. So I wasn't ready. Okay, let's, there was a video mentioned about a guy farting on a live stream. And the last time I commented on someone farting on a live stream, it went great for me. So we're going to do that. Let's see. And apparently Will the Glarer has laughed about this.
Sound effect. Crawford fucking farted on the goddamn...
Damn it. Shut up. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Okay, here we go. So this is shamefully pillaged content from The Glarer. This is about a guy named Michael Crawford. I don't know anything about Michael Crawford. I've never even heard of his name. Like, I've never heard of his name. Is there any like background information I need to know before I listen to this wet skin flapper?
Why are we not talking about me? Did you see the 14 people I had at my failing Rippaverse booth? That made MegaCon a success. Hibbity jibbity. I have all-star lawyers, so don't forget no talking trash.
Okay. Sounds good. I don't talk about it because I really don't follow the RIPA stuff anymore. I used to a lot more, but since coming back, I came back after like, I hadn't talked about the RIPAverse in like 2 years. It was very fun and funny to like make fun of it back just before getting arrested. But I come back 2 years later and it's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's the same criticisms or whatever, which not fixing criticisms means you get the same shit. But like, I just wasn't that interested in it in the first place. Like it gets old. I like jokes and then moving past them. And, you know, if the jokes don't get better, like if they're just the same thing, I don't really want to sit there and live in that anymore. I forgot to say, Cat Slave over on Locals on Rumble did drop a micro-peen Rumble rant. So thank you for that, Cat Slave. I said I would get back to that. And I did now. My duty is done. All right, here we go. Let's see what this is.
A lot of people.
Did he just fart?
What I was saying was true.
That was right there, right at the beginning.
A lot of people have seen.
Holy fuck! I'm not doing that sound effect. Crawford fucking farted on the goddamn live stream, bro. Like, dude. I swear to God, I did not fucking put that in there. I did not put that sound effect in there. Look at.
And I got attacked first. Kind of the entire, not just the one, and gave that kind of warning to people.
Warning to people. Oh, he's a Bostonian, isn't he? That was very New England. Yeah, it's like I could smell the pastrami on him. Is pastrami a thing in Boston? Crabs? I can smell the crabs on him sounds very wrong. I don't want to say that. I don't want to do that.
Not just the one person. That kind
His
when I
fart
went
had
on
an
that dude's
accent.
show
I gotta listen for it now.
and gave that kind of warning to people.
If you've got headphones, put them on. Put them on. If you've got good headphones, especially, or earpods, dude, he farted on the fucking live stream, dude.
Not just the one person, kind of the entire community. And I got attacked for it.
Here we go.
A lot of people have seen
that. I'm a child. I will laugh at farts. I will laugh at farts. That one sounded like squishy. You know, like it didn't want to come out, but its mom was kicking it out of the house until dinner time. Or whatever. So I don't know who this guy is. Someone says he's on the Young Jerks. Is that like a play on the Young Turks? No, this Mike Crawford is distinct from the British actor Michael Crawford. Okay, so those are different. Yeah, Will's cracking up over here.
Bro, hold on, look.
And I got attacked for it. A lot of people have seen that what I was saying was truthful. A lot of people have seen that what I was saying was truthful, was on point, and it's exactly what happened. Everything I wondered.
Oh my God, dude, that is.
And I kind of knew I was going to get attacked for it, and I knew I'd lose supporters.
Oh my God, shut up.
And there were moments of doubt, no doubt about it during this period of time, this last couple of months on this.
Guys, he's live right now.
Okay.
Should we see what he's doing? Okay. I'm just going to leave Will right there forever. He's live right now. How's he doing on?
And we're going to wait. We're going to wait till they come back.
Casey has 143 people. That's cool. Good job.
One thing I want to look at right now is the super chats. We had some super chats come in today. Thank you so much.
Yes!
You don't even know how much it helps us. It really does.
Who's that?
Helps keep the lights
I
on
do the
over
Wii
here.
thing too. That's why I make
Just
fun of it.
one person you need to help out, and it's me. Paul Lynch, $4.99. Thank you so much. Renee,
Renee.
FL11111.
Yeah.
Thanks for streaming, Mike. Thank you so much, Renee, for being here. And thank
Thanks,
you for
Renee.
the donation. Rose, thank you. Rose says I love this chat. Thanks, Mike's mods and co-chatters. We do have the best
It's
chat
nice and
around.
good. This is substantive.
James
I like it.
Jackson was in the house through $4.99. What's up, James? We working over here. I crossed 4 trails today.
I don't even know what that means.
I crossed 4 trails with dogs, walking, not at the trail. I was on the trail. But we're streaming.
What's up?
Thank you, Isabel. And big thank you for What the Duck, one of our mods here who gifted 5 Young Jerks memberships. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for everything you do, What the Duck. From A to B, 4.
Just be up in the pantry.
Look at this. Maureen, a member of the community, was authentic on the stand today. I believe her. Stay strong, Maureen. You did great. Shout out to Mike, too. Thank you so much from A to B4.
Someone tell me
Maureen
why
did.
this matters.
That's a funny thing.
Tell me why this matters.
The criticism of her that I saw, like I said, coming from these anti-Aiden people, I posted responses to that. And my response was Noonan's testimony. The question Bradle asked, his response, first denying that he knew anything. What did he say? He said, I don't remember.
So is he
I don't
for
recall.
or against Kelsey?
And then
Is he
said,
neutral?
it's
What is it?
possible. He changed his answer on the stand. He wavered. And then he offered a defense because she did right. What did Maureen do when she faced the pushback from the DA's office? She stood strong. Maureen crushed him. Maureen versus Noonan, it's not even a question. Maureen came off way more credible than Noonan. And I think Kelsey Fitzsimmons did too after. It was just, this has been a good day
He's pro
for the
Kelsey,
defense.
okay.
I still don't trust this judge. I still don't
He's
trust the
against
bench
Turtle
trial.
Boy.
But I
How
think
can you be
Bradle
against Turtle
and
Boy?
Martha Coakley, finally Martha Coakley had the mom on the stand today. I thought that was good too. Today has been a very good day for the defense, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Harma 8.
I
Thank
agree
you,
with
Law
him.
Talkers. They can talk all they want. I don't even care anymore. I don't. I feel bad when they bring up my name. It's like embarrassing. I don't think they
This
realize.
guy's got to be so happy
It's like
he
an
was mentioned at the
obsession.
trial, right?
Roseanne McDonald, thank you so much. Much appreciation. Rennie Wood,
Here we go.
thank you. And I think I already thanked Valley's
No,
Girl
leave him alone.
earlier.
We're
Thank you.
just watching.
Roseanne again. We have some great people here. I just love all the super chatters. And I love
Well,
everyone in the
yeah.
chat.
Who doesn't love super chatters?
Yeah.
I just love all the
My
super
man
chatters.
was
I
working
love
today,
money.
James, he's been streaming.
It's, the Idiocracy line. I like
Kelsey
money.
did go. Oh, Jay Brill in the chat. I saw JFK today. Oh, MJ. Cossie G. What's up, bro? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Get it,
I gotta
Cossie.
say, Cossie G, you were the one, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that said get the fucking coins. Don't just buy the funds. I got some coins now, bro. Like
Oh,
See,
he's talking about silver
will
and
give
gold.
you your props when
I
you're
didn't
right.
know Mossy G or
Even
Cossie
though
G
silver
was
and
Jewish.
gold and all that shit's starting to go down again. Buy. I think you're right, bro. Buy the coins. Get them in hand. Don't tell anyone like I do though. Get a safe.
Well, he
Hide
had
them
some
at
super chats.
your relatives' homes if you trust them.
I just saw his super chat.
Thank you, MC Kazi G. He's also a member here.
Oh, God, I hate you guys.
I never wanted to be famous, but I kind of have a little, a little niche fame with like I don't know, how many millions of views do we have on YouTube and Facebook?
How many?
I know it was at least over 15 or 20 million on YouTube, at least.
That's pretty
Something
cool.
like that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's wild.
It's not like selling 15 or 20 million movie tickets or
Nope.
CDs back in the day, but
Not
it's,
the
it's-
same.
It is a number. It
Not
is a
even-
number.
It is a number.
It's fucking weird.
So there's 11.
I thought I was going to peak in high school when I won that title, the Timberlane. That was supposed to be my peak. Or when I was at AIG. Or when I booked the Hemp Fest.
Well, when is your peak?
That's
Like
the one
when-
time I kind of did get a little head.
What is it?
I got to say.
He got a little head?
But it was also a lot of fuckery going on back then, too.
He just said he got a that was the
Same
time he
old
got a little
shit,
head.
too, when people try to ride on your coattails and get all weird.
Okay.
Haters mean you're doing your job. They do. It depends who hates you, too, and why they hate you. That's a big one. Why do they? That's always the question.
Why do people hate anybody?
Like, I really did nothing wrong. I just, except I called out shit. I was too vocal.
Like I did. I identify with this guy. I did nothing wrong.
I picked a side. It's not, I don't want to focus on that shit today.
Who does?
That's one of the reasons I didn't go. Another reason. I had a list of reasons I should go see Kelsey, go to the trial, and reasons not.
What was
Number
your
one
list?
was the dog walks.
What was your list?
But another reason was I didn't want to create any drama, especially during the trial. It's one thing.
Don't
if
worry,
it's before
Stacey
the
Q. I'm not
trial,
going to keep
during the
listening to him.
pre-trial hearings, and I had no drama. Jessica Machado and I sat right next to each other, or stood next to each other. We sat in the same
I'm
row,
about
actually,
done.
too.
I'm
as
about
well,
done.
in court. We
I'm
had
right
no
at the end of
beef,
this.
No issue. But I just didn't want to take the chance with the heightened, more people there, and you never know who's nutty, who might start shit. I just, I don't want to take away from Kelsey's trial.
Okay. So that was boring. I don't get it. Forgive me. Forgive me. There's a true crime and law have intersected, right, in the past couple years. It's now they're the same thing. Law, streaming, or whatever is just true crime. It's just like a subset of true crime. So that's got its own benefits and travails. Whatever. Sledge Entertainment says his micro being peaked. Oh, we love the super chatters over here. Definitely love the super chatters and super tippers and member givers. We love all of those people. We also love the rest of you. And that's the difference. That's the difference. I don't know if that's a difference or not, but I'm saying it is. I'm presenting myself as superior. Because you have to these days. Okay, so you've got this problem, this overlap between damn. Wait, let's make it tall. You've got this overlap between true crime and law streaming, and now like everybody on earth is watching fucking trials. As if every trial should be watched by everybody all the time. They all want to recapture the magic of like Rittenhouse, and when I say the magic of Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp, let me be very clear what I mean. Everybody wants to recapture the money of Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. That's what they want. That makes sense. That's not a criticism in any way. That is perfectly rational and logical. But because of that, they've kind of taken away the magic of what made those streams so damn popular. But we're not there. That's the past. We're here today. So now everybody's got a comment on it. And I've got a quick comment on that. And I know some people don't like when I do this. You guys, I don't think care. Or you are favorable. I don't mean that to be like, that was not supposed to sound like you guys. Please don't leave me. It wasn't supposed to sound like a bad comment about you guys. I think there's nothing to really care about generally, unless you are focused on this issue. God, these streams are fucking brutally bad. They're awful. They're not funny. They're not entertaining. They're not engaged. Their commentary isn't smart or insightful or additive most of the time. I don't get it. I have, like I said, I've skimmed through a couple of these trial streams lately, and all I want to do is find Kelsey Fitzsimmons' gun and have her fucking rack the slide this time, and then I can take action. Because I'm watching these streamers, I'm going, what they say when they choose to speak is pointless, and I don't understand it. I don't get it at all. I'm not saying I'm the greatest commentator of all time or anything. I'm just confused at how people even watch some of these shows. Like, they're atrociously bad. Ari, yeah. I do remember you saying I need to connect with Alana Oriani, aka Truth and Transparency. Yeah, I remember that. Why? Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I like Emily and Andrea too. Yeah, there are people who are really good at it, just like everything. There's just so many people now. It's so diluted. And so many people just don't, they just fucking, they phone it in, frankly. But maybe that's better. For some of them, I don't want to actually hear their opinions. They're pretty bad. I just don't, I don't understand. I don't get why people are, but all this is to say, like, this isn't about me criticizing other streamers. And that's why I'm not naming them or anything like that, because that's not what this is about. This is about, it means the competition just for the, like, the search results or whatever has been spread out now among so many people. It's not about competition for quality or anything like that. It's about just having people even fucking know what you're doing. And they, they check into some of these streams and they're like, oh, this is good. This is commentary. This is amazing. And they just stay there forever. Because brand loyalty happens in very weird ways, very specific ways. And it's some demographics are really sticky on brand loyalty as well. So it's just literally capturing their first view. Even if the show is complete garbage or the product is bad, they'll stick with it forever because it's easier, because the whole purpose is for them to unwind, relax. All right. That said, I guess it's time for, let's do a lunch break recap of this case, where we are, what's happened. Today is a pretty big day. This is the case, obviously, of Kelsey Fitzsimmons that we're talking about. Trial day 3 is actually winding down towards the end. We're going to have to find out when the court comes back from break whether or not we're going to continue for the day, or if they're going to wrap up and allow the lawyers to get prepped for closing arguments. Lawyers may be ready to go on close. Their openings were only 10 to 20 minutes long. This case has been a lightning round of witness testimony, brief arguments. Procedurally, it's been very quick and very efficient. I love it. Every trial should be like this. Holy crap. Let's just get it done. The state made its case. The state brought in forensics people to I guess, try and establish that she had a gun, that a gun was recovered, that that gun is linked to her, and that it's possible that she could have pulled the trigger on someone. They had to establish that. They had to establish from the shooting officer as the only physically present witness that Kelsey raised a gun, pointed it at him, and attempted to fire. They didn't need to prove that she attempted to fire. And I think that might have been a problem. But for the reasonable doubt seeking mind, that click and Kelsey confirming that click. And I think when she, in fairness to me, I think when she said that she pulled the trigger, I was like, I don't know if you want to do that. I think that's the right move. Because that click triggers the shot. It doesn't have to be pointed at him for that shot to happen. The officer can make a mistake. The officer can be in fear for his life because he is seeing something that isn't happening. He can be subjectively in fear. He's not on trial. He doesn't need to legally justify this shoot. He's pretty much been cleared on it. He's not on trial. Him hearing that click, but being wrong about where the gun is pointed, that can sufficiently justify him taking the shot for the purposes of the story. He could have been spooked. He could have thought that that gun was pointed at him. And I know that sounds weird, but in high adrenaline situations, people get a literal tunnel vision. The blood to your periphery can start, peripheral vision, those like the, I guess it's the blood or whatever. Your brain starts to shut that down, and a vignette effect kind of goes around you, and you'll focus in on the source of your fear, anxiety, surprise, alarm, whatever it is. Adrenaline kind of fuels this process. And when he may not have been able to see anything other than a gun at head level. He may have thought that her hand was forward or coming forward. He may have thought that she went like this to draw. He says she's standing in this this stance. Okay, that's fine. But it doesn't really matter. He could have seen all that. That could have actually, in his mind, he could have seen the thing that didn't happen and pulled the trigger because of it. But that doesn't mean that it did happen. And there's plenty of, I guess, instances and cases and literature out there about this effect and about how someone can misperceive a fact. And both people can be in the right or the wrong or whatever. It's not always A versus B. It's A's facts, B's facts, and how they intersect. If he believes that she's raising the gun to eye level to shoot him, and he gets scared, he pops her, that makes sense. That part of the story makes sense. But there's no narrative as to why she's doing this. You've either got, she's about to rampage murder everybody, which didn't make much sense. Her suicide one kind of makes sense, but they tried to discredit it with, well, why wouldn't you just suicide by cop? Well, they didn't try to discredit it. I'm sorry. The defense headed that off, but that was the logical attempt, or the logical idea would be to try and discredit it. Why wouldn't you just suicide by cop? And the answer is, and I think they missed this personally, she knew these people. This guy's her superior officer who's mentored her and given her advice at times. Okay. Does she want to make that guy have to pull the trigger and live with shooting like one of his own officers? Someone he knew? Someone he trusted? The real question is, why did he lie about knowing Kelsey in the first place? That seems insane. He lies about knowing her. Well, you know, as her superior officer. So when she had problems, you know, I gave her life advice. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a bunch of people out there around you who have problems, and you may even hear about them, and you don't give them life advice because you're not in any kind of friendly relationship with them at all. That happens all the time. Let's see. So for him to kind of go to that place was a little bit surprising, in my opinion. And that's the failure of the state here. His story doesn't add up. Her story does add up as possible. And that's what they have to show. Not only does it add up as possible, but it adds up as possible in a very specific way. I talked about this here in Corey Richins. Establishing reasonable doubt means that you can take the facts that are coming in, even the bad facts, and construct an alternative story that very possibly happened, maybe even likely happened. If you can do that, you've got reasonable doubt. I think they've done that here. So here we've got the court should be back here any moment, and I am ready to transition. MS Gentleman says, does Runkle not talk to you anymore? No, Runkle and I don't know. I'm not aware of Runkle specifically not talking to me. And I think he's interacted with me on Twitter and stuff, but like I don't reach out to talk to him all the time or anything. I think he felt a little bit upset at me laughing at Kurt leaving when I joined the charity stream. But I apologized, I think. Pretty sure I did. So I wasn't intending to do that. I was just laughing because I had said I didn't want to disrupt anything. And that I could be a grown-up. I could be a big boy for a couple minutes and not have drama with Kurt because of the charity. And then, of course, it turned into drama. To me, that was funny. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. But, you know, he had said, hey, like, that was kind of shitty of you. And I said, I'm pretty sure. I said, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything by it. I really didn't. And it's supposed to be about the kids. So, like, but I think we're good. I think that cleared the air. I don't know. But I don't want to, like, it's always weird talking about any of this stuff because, like, I don't want in any way anything negative to reflect on Runkle. In my opinion, and from my understanding, Runkle and I are good, and Runkle did nothing wrong at all. That's my understanding and my take on it. But the way some people run with things is up to them. And I mean third parties. Ari says, Lana's show doesn't have the aesthetic appeal that yours does. But that's kind of her point. She likes to be in the small picture off to the side with the main one being her projector displaying documents she's printed out or video references she's commenting on. Oh, cool. Okay. Chininator says, this case is essentially a he said, she said situation. Does that not hold up beyond reasonable doubt? So she should be declared innocent, right? I mean, not guilty is how we do that. And I think she is not guilty. I think the judge has indicated that he will find her not guilty.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter.
We're live, baby.
And the defendant are present.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradel, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just a contingent on. I just wanted to submit to the court and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so as a chalk, so.
And I believe it's agreed.
In other words, is what our. Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied. Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take
What's up, Rosalind?
these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as the fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay,
take that for what you mean it
what's
for.
What's your position on this?
That's fine with the caveat. It's small writing at the bottom if you can read it.
Small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm talking about at the bottom, there's text on the bottom of the bottom line. Not in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, if you keep reading that.
I'll read it in a second.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
no, I like that.
Oh, you like that?
And then it can be an agreed exhibit. I have no problem with it. That's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just, all right. So you want to keep that in, we'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KF's room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful. And I, frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at Sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did. The bedroom. So
we're gonna waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're gonna rest.
Okay. So
there it is. Defense rest.
All right. So Mr. Ruane, that's Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about. All right, so I'll take care of that.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
review my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So
Okay.
I'm just going to do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct the charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated
Charge conference is the replacement jury instructions.
some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon, and it's been marked as Exhibit C. Have you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that? All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections, etc., modifications?
No, not really. I just want, and I'm sure that Your Honor is aware, I don't necessarily see it in writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just wanted to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
And I'm sure Your Honor is aware.
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proven either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and
Peachy, I always stumble.
30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice?
We're going to be done,
Yes.
y'all.
All right, and I'm not going to have like a buzzer or you're not going to, like a trap door, you're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere, but I'll diplomatically
Kurt
and
taking
gently
notes.
warn you when you're getting close, all right? All right, so while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay? By anyone, either side. It's not helpful, this is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just we'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
98.
98, okay. So the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Ruane, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit, I've already, H, which is the floor plan. So they'll be just like in a jury trial. After you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me, and I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need.
Because both parties are entitled to closing arguments.
To reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something, so you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay? Anything else? Just see if there's anything else in my...
JD says we'll have a verdict tomorrow. I think that's possible.
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9 and, yeah.
But he may...
Is that doable for
He may
everyone?
just say,
okay.
we're going to come back at 9
meant to,
o'clock on Friday and do this.
This may be obvious, but so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated. Okay, so folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it. Can come in and and watch the closings, or, et cetera. All right? All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Stand in recess. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Please make your way out of the courtroom. Thank you.
So there we go. That's the end of court for today. Here we go. No reason to keep that back up on stream. Probably be ending pretty soon here, unless there's anything you guys want to do or revisit while I wait for Lady Raggets to come home. There is a locals tip. Give me just a second. Iceman says, hey, Nick, while we are on break, you should check out Crowder's rant on the term micropene/micropenis. I think you'll find it interesting and or funny. Also, there is a micropene for the micropene throne. There is. There is. Thank you. Appreciate that, Iceman. Defense moved for a directed verdict already. It was denied. And I think that's appropriate. I mean, the state... Here we go. Sorry, Cat Black. I was just getting to that. The state has put up enough of a case where if true and uncontested, I think they meet all the elements of assault with a deadly weapon. We can find out what they are, and we can check if you'd like. Let's see. Assault with a deadly weapon. Let's see. Assault with a deadly weapon. Massachusetts jury instructions. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon. Let's go ahead and do this. Just a second. Hey, look at that. Me V. Yes, the view was called off. The view was called off. The defense decided they didn't want it. Defense rested after... They rested after Kelsey's testimony. We had like Kelsey's neighbor, Kelsey's mom, and then Kelsey. That's it. That's the entire defense case, and I think it's entirely sufficient. I think that is entirely sufficient. I think that is the correct way to, the correct strategy was employed by the defense there. Okay, so assault by means of a dangerous weapon. This is a 2022 jury instruction guide. Now, again, we don't have a jury, but the judge's legal standard is going to reflect the same ideas. So the judge should inquire of the prosecutor as to which theory or theories the Commonwealth intends to pursue. The judge should then instruct on attempted battery, immediately threatened battery, or both, depending on the evidence. Bracketed material is to be used when both theories are advanced. The definition of dangerous weapon in supplemental instruction A or B should be read prior to the conclusion. Defendant is charged with having committed an assault with a dangerous weapon. We're going to just assume both theories. We'll assume both theories. Or wait, sorry, not her neighbor, the shooting cop's neighbor. Sorry. Which is about Noonan's statement. So the defendant is charged with having committed an assault with a dangerous weapon. When instructing on both theories, an assault with a dangerous weapon can be proven in either of two ways. Either as an attempted battery or as an immediately threatened battery. Attempted battery. To prove the defendant guilty of assault with a dangerous weapon as an attempted battery, the Commonwealth must prove 4 things beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so there's an actual attempt to commit a battery, And the other one is the threat that you will commit a battery. And I know those seem different, but battery is a crime when a physical contact is made. An unwanted physical contact is a battery. Also, a Duracell and an Energizer. Those are also batteries. But we care about the first one. An unwanted physical touch that can be skin to skin, like a personal contact between one person and another, or it can be one person who has caused another object to make contact. If I throw a baseball at you and you don't want to be hit by a baseball, that's a battery. Okay? I don't know that this applies here, but maybe. Let's read these 4 things. But this is typically not the threat.
We're probably recording right now, right? Here we go.
Sorry. That was a cooking show. That was not homosexual pornography, I promise. That dude can cook on YouTube. By the way, you should check out his channel. He's fantastic. But I have no idea what video that was. Anyway. There are 2 types of assault. In this case, the first one is an attempted battery that fails. I throw a rock at you. I miss you with the rock. That's the attempted battery, right? The other attempted battery, or the other assault, is threatened battery, where the battery isn't attempted, but the threat itself is made that a battery will be done. That threat, the act of threatening, not the words used in the threat, but the act of threatening is an act that is punishable. Typically, it has to be reasonably expected to produce fear, apprehension of imminent bodily harm, something like that. We'll read the things. But that is a threatened battery. It means I am going to hurt you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to break your legs. I'm going to do that. That's a threatened battery. An attempted battery that fails is different. Hers is interesting because hers could be an attempted battery that fails. She pulls the trigger, right? Bullet doesn't come out. But we have to see the 4 things that they have to prove. Almost certainly the second one, which is just pointing the gun at an officer, would qualify. But let's see what they have to prove for these 2 things. This is what the judge is going to use to make his decision. First, the defendant intended to commit a battery upon the victim. This is crimes are intent-based. You have to have the mens rea, the criminal mindset. Speaking of criminal mindset, just kidding, Jacob Castro has rated the stream over on Rumble. Welcome to him and his cadre of viewers. Thank you. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to the show. We're wrapping up over here in a little bit, but we're going through kind of a final explanation of Kelsey Fitzsimmons and what she is facing. So, to prove the defendant guilty of assault with a dangerous weapon as an attempted battery, must prove 4 things beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent has to happen. They intended to commit a battery. Second, the defendant took some overt step toward accomplishing that intent. I want to hit you with a rock. Pick up the rock and throw it. Third, the defendant came reasonably close to doing so. The rock just barely missed your head. Not missed it by like a mile, like barely missed your head. And fourth, the defendant committed the assault with a dangerous weapon. Now, dangerous weapon, typically you've got knife, gun, something like that. Cars under certain circumstances can become dangerous weapons. Rocks of sufficient size. Under certain circumstances, I guess maybe hands or feet could, but there's not like a registered hands and feet. That's nonsense. It's about having a thing that is expected to cause severe harm or death. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to commit a battery. A battery is a touching that is either offensive or likely to cause bodily harm to the victim. Judge may continue here or choose to use the extended instruction on specific intent in Model Instruction 3.120. Person's intent is their purpose or objective, requires you to make a decision about the defendant's state of mind at that time. You may consider any evidence about the actions or words of the defendant and all the surrounding circumstances to help you determine whether the defendant intended to commit a battery. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant took some overt step towards accomplishing that. In other words, they must take some demonstrable action toward committing a battery. However, it is not necessary for the Commonwealth to show that the victim was put in fear or was even aware of the attempted battery. And this is, so the thing with assaults, the assault is about the intent of the assaulter, not the perception of the person who's their victim. If you're intending to cause someone the harm, you're committing the battery if someone would reasonably be, put into that fear, typically. So yeah, they don't have to show that the victim was specifically in fear, though. No subjective fear needed. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant came reasonably close to accomplishing a battery. To prove the fourth element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant attempted to commit the battery with a dangerous weapon. I think I misstated that. I think I said that they needed to intend to cause the fear. That'll be on the next one. Sorry. This one, they just have to intend the act. I want to shoot them. I have one shot left. I point the gun, I pull the trigger, but I miss. That's the attempted battery in that case. So immediately threaten battery. This is different. This should be that intimidation factor, I believe. Defendant is also charged with assault with a dangerous weapon by making an immediate threat to commit a battery with a dangerous weapon. To prove the defendant guilty, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. Defendant intended to put them in fear of an immediate battery. Second, the defendant engaged in some conduct towards the victim, which the victim reasonably perceived as immediately threatening a battery. And third, the assault was committed with a dangerous weapon. Now, this will be interesting because I don't think they have to prove that the person was threatened, just that the person reasonably perceived the threat. Like someone can threaten a battery against you and you can be like, I'm not scared of you, or like your little girly arms or whatever, but they still commit the attempted battery at that point. So to prove the first element, they must prove, intended to put the fear of an imminent battery. Battery is a touching that is either offensive or likely to cause bodily harm. Person's intent is their purpose, blah, blah, blah. You can use any statements. To prove the second element, they must prove that the defendant engaged in some conduct towards the victim in which the victim reasonably perceived as immediately threatening. This requires you to consider any evidence about what the victim perceived, and also whether the perception was reasonable. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the immediate threat of a battery was committed with a dangerous weapon. Dangerous weapon is an item which is designed for the purpose of causing serious injury or death. I instruct you as a matter of law that blank is a dangerous weapon, so they can say a gun is a dangerous weapon or a knife. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. Law considers an item to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. For example, a brick or a baseball can be a dangerous weapon if it is thrown at someone's head. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, giggity, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. So that's that. Then this is jury specific. They don't have to agree specifically on which one it is if they go both routes. But so there you go. This is what the judge has to do. The judge has to determine if she attempted a battery and failed. Pulling the trigger could mean that she attempted the battery and failed to do so. Or if she merely intended to threaten to use the gun. That's an interesting one. I think the state has actually foreclosed the second option. I think it's only the first option. Hear me out. She didn't intend to show the state that she was gonna commit a battery. She intended the battery and failed. Right? Not pulling the trigger would have been more akin to number 2. I will use this gun. I'll fucking plug you, whatever. So anyway, these are the judge may have some other way to get there. He's a judge. He can do kind of whatever. He'll be the fact finder. 2 interesting things about this. Juries are notoriously hard to overturn by appeal. Benches are different. The judge said he's going to render his verdict and give some basis of the decision. If in his, now I don't think this is going to happen, but if in his written or even orally delivered bases for why he made the decision, he makes an error of law or an error of fact or uses references facts that are not in evidence, you have appeal points that may not have existed with a jury. So that is another side benefit of using the bench trial. And I think the bench trial was the right move in this case. I think the defense put on, like I said earlier, I think they were putting on a clinic on how to do this type of defense. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and end it up here. I don't believe we have any super tips, super chats, or Rumble rants left at the moment. And so we are going to wrap up. I apparently have to take Lady Rackets to go get a dress altered and pick up some suits that were altered. And then I'll be working on, materials from today. And I still want to get a day 2 recap out still. I meant to do that, but we'll see what I can put together. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. We did get 28 new members. Keep an eye out for some members only action that's going to be happening pretty soon. I would love to do a member show during the week in the next day or 2. Maybe we'll get the Glarer on to talk about some of this stuff. It's been a long time since I've talked to him, and he's a fun dude. Barring anything else, I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Find someone to cuddle. And, yeah. Have a good night. Good day. Good day. Good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an art bag about more of love broke. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the love what we have